Hi all, my name is Kat, and welcome to my channel in this body doubling session. I'm a bit of a chatty tasker, but if you prefer minimal chat, I have some other videos where I don't talk as much. Links in the description. Everyone is welcome here during these body doubling sessions. I work on current illustrations. If you don't know what body doubling is, it is a strategy to stay on task and get things done. More information and a link in the description. During this body doubling session, I'll be using a Pomodoro technique, not the Pomodoro technique. This one is different because we start with an hour and take a 10-minute break, then we go to 50 minutes with another 10-minute break, and so on until we hit 20 minutes, which will be our last stretch. Let's get started.
Heyo! Welcome, welcome. I hope that everyone had a great weekend. And we are back for a new chapter. Or a new story. This one is called... What is this one called? This one is called... The... What is this one called? This one is called The Dragon's Grandmother. Yeah, it's a story that I'm not overly familiar with. But I have read it, so, you know. Oh no, I'll get back in. Okay, give me a second, I could go and fix something real quick. Because I did a very, very silly thing. Ah, don't you just love it whenever you do something silly? Ah. Okay, alright. Where is it? Where is it? Hi, Switch. Nope, not that one. Yes, this one. Okay. Here we go. And we're going to open up this one. And we are going to move you over to here. And we're going to move you over to here. And we are going to copy you. And I need a thing. Okay, we're going to go and put you there. There we go. Perfect. We're going to copy you. We're going to put you over here. Okay, and then we're going to copy this. And we're going to put that here. Perfect. I almost accidentally just deleted stuff. Way to go, me. Okay. We're going to close you now. Woohoo! It's Monday. We're all allowed to have an interesting start on Mondays, right? And I knew I was forgetting a step in the process. Double checking to make sure that my stylus was... Oh no. That is... Oh, wait. Nope. Okay. It is none of the terrible things. Well, I mean, it is kind of terrible, but it's not something that I need to be overly worried about. It's just something that I need to be concerned. I apparently need to charge my stylus over the weekend, and I did not do that. Oops. Okay, I gotta do something real quick. Or I've gotta do something else real quick. And forgive me. So, it's a Monday. But that's okay. Anyways. Oh my goodness, I can't believe how fast time is flying by. Anyone else? I don't know why I like drawing with I don't know why I like drawing with I've lost what I was saying. I know that I was saying something about I don't know why I like drawing. But I don't know what it was in reference to. I do know why I enjoy drawing. Oh no! I forgot to reset the timer. I'm a bad person. Okay. So sorry. Anyways, I hope that that we're not going to be all by our little lonesomes today, because we all know I can't handle being unsupervised, right? I'm joking. I'm joking. That's not quite right. I can handle being unsupervised. Yeah, this is the first time in a couple of months that I was not on my computer at all over the weekend. Really, really kind of wanted to be, but I was most assuredly not. So, you know, there's that. But it's all good. So, here we are. Yes, I was planning on doing some stuff this weekend, but my brain needed was actually a really, really nice weekend. Overall. Sounds like it's gonna storm. Yeah, man! Oh, for anyone who's in the States, I hope that you guys all have your taxes done. Woot. Because tomorrow is the last day for taxes. Woot. I love being in the US. I think this is the reason why I don't use the green very much. It's so hard to... Maybe instead of having her look up, have her look down. And this is why you should do thumbnails before working on stuff. One of these days I'll show you guys the proper process. Maybe that's what I'm missing. Okay. Oh yeah, it's totally gonna rain today. You know what? Let's go ahead and... I did this wrong on so many levels. Maybe I will do a quick thumbnail. When I go do my breaks, I'll go and charge up my pen, unless it stops working. Okay. I can live with that. Yeah, sure, let's go with something like that. Okay. Sometimes you need a quick doodle. Oh, wait. I was supposed to do that at the beginning. Oops. That's the wrong button. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, but I want you. Okay. Yay! Okay. And this is the reason why I'm not the biggest fan of the green. Okay. Because it's really freaking hard to see. Of course, this does not help the fact that I am choosing to do this leg at such a freaking weird angle. Going to squish people. Booty, 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 booty. There we go. Let me make him a little bit bigger. Or her a little bit smaller. Or both. Who knows? I could do both. That's much better. So it's that. Any more confusion. So we know that this needs to go through. Let's see, blades. Probably put tail right about here. bug. Mm-hmm. Oh no! Okay. Okay. Aha! There we go. I really gotta update my stuff. My basic stuff. My stuffy stuff. But before I go and do that, let's go ahead and reduce that. And let's figure the rest of this out. I don't know. Oh, I forgot to add her little cane. That's fine. Hey, how are you? It's a Lizardi! Woot woot! I hope that things are going well for you. I know that it's been one hell of a weekend for you, but yes. Ah. Haha! Yeah! Love it. I can be used as a focusing device. Woo! I think that that's the first time I've ever had a sentence describe me like that. Woo! Anyways. So are you working on your paintings again today? Can't say anything because, you know, working on stuff. But, yes. Accountability! Yeah, man! You already picked some fruit. I mean, you know what? If it's just hanging there, might as well. It's also really good for the tree to know that, hey, this is all gonna work out for it and everything. So, you know, that kind of stuff. Ow, switch. I thought it was a lemon tree. Those look like mini limes. But then again, citrus is not the fruit that I pay attention to. I will full and admit this. I am not a citrus person. I do enjoy myself some lemonade. But I mean, considering everything that's happened, yeah. Do you mind if I share to the public if anyone ever watches this? Oh, okay. Kumquat, that's what I was thinking of. No, okay, I will not. No. Kumquat. Kumquats are interesting. Ow, what the hell, man? Ow, ow. Oh. Tweak something like that. Woohoo! Yeah! Okie dokie. Anyways. Oh, okay. Okay. See? Me being respectful. There we go. So unfortunately, Lizardi had somebody go and impersonate her, which really freaking sucks because one, it screws up all the messages, and two, dude, that just sucks. Like building something, and then somebody comes in and literally screws your shit up. That's just like so mean. So yeah, so she's got to go and re-up on all those things, and I just did that wrong. Okay, we're gonna go. There we go. That's how that works. So that sucks majorly. But yeah, like come on, guys, why would you do that? It's not gonna get you like 100 views or anything. Like, come on. You're gonna try and do it, go and try and do it with the bigger people. Leave us small creators alone. Small-time creators. I'm a small-time creator. Leave me alone! Leave me alone! No. Leave my friends alone, bro. Leave my friends alone. No, I have absolute... Okay, so here's the thing, is that if anything does happen to my Insta... Ooh. Nice! With the palette. Yeah, I see your palette. Your crazy-ass palette. Bro. Anyways, but if anything were to happen to my Insta, I wouldn't care. I would just move over to Kara. I'm sorry. I know that that's more like shooting, you know, definitely going to a thing. But at that point, it's like, guys, Insta already is doing such crazy things. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, luckily Lizardi had a backup. I will not have a backup. I'm just gonna switch over. I'm just gonna switch over to Kara because you know what? It's got the anti AI stuff. Oh my god, yeah, that Facebook thing. That's the shit-tastic part. Like that is the shit-tastic part. I can't even. But see, you have your accounts were built up way more than mine are. And so that's got to be a lot more devastating too. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. Is it really only on Insta? I can't, not for Rebel. There's no way that Rebel's only doing it on Insta. That's the Rebel contest, right? There's no way. There's no way. Hmm. Now, okay, so the reason why I think that is because I've seen a lot of the art software stuff going and definitely approving or going and sending more and more stuff to Kara as well. Should I do the nice poofy skirt? Let's go and do the nice poofy skirt. Wow, that's so dumb. You know what? Why not just go and post it on their Kara account? Just go and like hashtag this thing and be like, look, my thing was just in if that way, you know, it's been you've hit them up on it. It has all the stuff and because okay, so here's the thing. And okay, so this is my point of view. Take it or leave it. It's a hot take. I think it's so stupid. Now, I understand their reasoning because it's to test whether or not, you know, or it can be a test as to whether or not you can follow instructions. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. But whenever it's a contest, I get it. It's, you know, it's a contest. You're getting free content and you're promoting stuff, whatever. But the thing is that limiting it only to one account is so stupid, especially if you're a larger company like Rebel and Yuan and all these others. Like I can understand if it's only on their site, like submit it only to their site, but or to their blog accounts or whatever. But the thing about it is that if you're only doing it on one social media account, if you're doing it through social media and you're only doing it on one social media account, you're preventing pretty much you're only supporting that social media site, which is dumb because there's so many. And two, you've got like and it could be dangerous, like seriously, with all the AI stuff that's going on here, continuing to go and promote only on one social media type is so dumb. There's got to be a way, or I'm sure that there's a way to collate it so then all the so then all your information, and I betcha that the social media like management programs out there have that have a feature that lets them go and collate messages and things like that, especially if you tag something. So dumb. So dumb. But I'm weird like that. I understand that like Insta has such a high reach, but at this point, come on guys. Don't go and start supporting. Don't go and only support, you know, proven theft software. I mean, that's actually the reason why I haven't posted on Insta as much as I used to, aside from the fact that, you know, I haven't been doing the Bird Whisperer project. But it's because Insta has gotten so sketch. Meta, let me rephrase that. Meta has gotten so sketch that I'm just like, I mean, we all knew that Google was sketch. So, Like, I've been joking that Google has been Skynet for years, for like decades now. The fact that I'm older than Google kind of bothers me, but I've been joking about Google being Skynet for years. I had an acquaintance. They were doing a Google search, and I don't know how, and I don't know what they were searching up, but they were doing a Google search, and Google asked for their security clearance. Like, this is a legit story. This comes from a trusted source, not someone that just goes and makes up bullshit stories like that for no reason. Like, if they said it happened, 100% believe that it happened. I mean, honestly, I don't know what Blue Sky is. I know that it's an alternative, but I don't really know what it's an alternative to. I know it's another social media site, but I don't know what social media site it is an alternative to. So, yeah. I think it's an alternative to Twitter, but you know, who the frick knows anymore? All social media sites are starting to become more and more like what is it? They're all starting to get, yeah, okay, it is another one. With better moderation, wow. Well, to be fair, I don't think aside from a few small things that have absolutely nothing to do with actual moderating, Twitter doesn't have moderation for anything. Like, freaking Twitter is like the wild, wild west. Oh, nice. Yeah, wait a few more years. I don't trust social media. I don't trust the web anymore. I remember when you could go to websites and you could actually just go to a website and do what you're supposed to do on it. You didn't have to get an app for it. You didn't have 30 million ads. You didn't have like 1,500 pop-ups. You didn't have the screen like gray out while you're in the middle of reading it so then you could sign up for some dumb shit. Dude, I miss the old days of the internet. Yeah, the websites look chonky as hell, but you know what? It wasn't terrible. They were a little awkward to work, but they weren't terrible. Freaking have some Ready Player One bullshit going on. Ugh. Oh, nice! Oh my gosh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Is that on Blue Sky or Insta? Or, I mean, Kara. Right? That's just... like, that's what the internet was about back in the day. Is that you could go and chat people up just randomly. Like, that's what MySpace was all about. And then, you know, I don't know, does MySpace still exist? Okay, yeah. I mean, you could probably link it, but... I do have a car account. I have done absolutely zero with it. Like, absolutely zero with it. Yeah, like, back in the day, it was just... I know I sound like I'm old. I'm not saying the internet was better. It really wasn't. It took forever for a page to load. And sometimes, like, 90%, or like, about 40, 60% of the time, you would end up with a very much like HTML site with no like bootstrapping or CSS going on it. So it would look very much just like a white background with plain text. Oh, dude, she's got some creepy ass shit going on. Yeah, I do have my Discord pulled up in my background so I can see what's going on. Or it's not even intentional, it's just sitting there. I'm just like, oh, hey, look at this. New stuff's popping up. Angel Fire. I know it, but I don't remember, like... You're gonna have to refresh my memory on that. Okay, so I was the definitive millennial child in the fact that my parents would ask me to go and do things on the computer, and I would be like, okay, here we go. And then they would go and be like, hey, can you fix this? I became the tech person. And I was just like, guys, I don't know that much tech. And I can't prevent you from doing things that are not things. Angel Fires. That's right. That's right. Like GoDaddy or something like that. Yeah. There's one that used to be super popular. Right. Oh my god. That's right. That's right. Oh. Man, back in the day, there were some... I mean, I've just aged myself this entire time. So, you know, I am by no means saying that the internet was better. In a lot of ways, it really wasn't. It was a giant hot mess, but it lied about itself so well. Like, it just... Oh my god. Did it lie about itself? Super well. You okay? I gotta trim your little nails. Yeah, your hypodermic needles are out. Ah. Like, there were just some things that it was just, oh my god. But the thing is that you could always tell who really loved their sites based on how much effort they put into it. Like, it was really easy to see who actually worked on it and who didn't back in the day, because the sites that were really loved, oh my god, they were just gorgeous. They were super beautiful. All right, so not saying anything new here, but I used to troll, or I used to not troll because I didn't actually talk to people. I used to like spend so much time working on or snooping through Yu-Gi-Oh fan sites, specifically Seto Kaiba Yu-Gi-Oh fan sites, because yes, I am a massive Seto Kaiba fan. Massive Seto Kaiba fan. Honestly, I can't truly tell you why, because as an adult and looking at his actions, you're just like, dude, you are completely unhinged. Maybe that's what was attractive. No, there were actual reasons why. But I would go and scroll most. There's one, and I've tried to find it again, but it's been a number of years, and it went off fairly early after, what was it, 5Ds came out, and it started disappearing then. I mean, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. See, I couldn't go to the library and do that because I lived out in the boondocks where the closest library was still, 15 miles away. It's a 5-minute drive, but it's like an hour walk. So that was a non-viable option. So I could only go there either before or after school, and that was in middle school and high school. And even then, I could only go on certain days. And that would be days that my parents were picking me up. Otherwise, I'd miss the bus. Ow. Break time! Okay, so and other things, this weekend I made my first loaf of bread. Woot. Yeah, that was fun. That sounded like I was being really sarcastic. That was not the case. I don't know what I clicked on to go and save, but here we go. I clicked on something to go and hit save. I don't know why. And I will probably not ever go back to store-bought bread, because when I did go and take a nice bite out of it, or I cut a slice of it as it was cooling down, and it was the most delicious thing ever. And I cut a slice of it for myself this morning, and it was still good, but it was really dense. So I need lots of practice with it. I'm not gonna lie, I had no freaking clue what I was doing. I was using the Betty Crocker, like old style Betty Crocker cookbook, which was a gift from my grandmother before she passed. Well, it was a couple of years before she passed, but anyways. So yeah. It very much did not. So I got this book a while ago, right? But the differences between the book that I have, and it was a republished one that was published fairly recently. It was much closer to now than it was when it was originally published. Anyways, so now that being said, here's the thing about it though, is that, you know what, I'm gonna hold off on doing that hand until I actually have that background done. But I was but the thing was, is that I was looking at the recipe, and it's like 2 yeast cakes. Like, who the frick uses yeast cakes anymore? Like, what am I supposed to do like this? And it did have it did have the it did have like alterations to it, but the thing is that wasn't very clear. It said, oh yeah, go and use this X amount before you add it to the ingredients. It's like, wait, do I add it to the rest of the ingredients, or do I add it to the ingredients on the thing? Or like, I need this spelt out very, very clearly, because, you know, cooking is science. I don't care what anyone else says, cooking is science. And if you don't believe that cooking is science, then you really, really don't know science at all. But then I so you want to know why, you want an example of why I will forever ever believe that Google is Skynet? Because, and I hadn't made this, like, I was baking bread alone, right? And I hadn't mentioned it to anyone. What I did go and do was mention to a friend, or I hadn't mentioned, you know, how absolute lost I was. I didn't go and look up online or anything of how I was supposed to do the thing, or confirm that was all this type of stuff. No. So I'm on, after having done the baking of the bread and, you know, chillaxing, I mentioned, hey, I made a loaf, or I made some bread, made my first, or made a loaf of bread, and my friend was like, oh, cool. Well, later I'm on either the UB tubes, which calling something UB tubes is very funny when people have, like, nobody has any idea what I'm talking about whenever I say the UB tubes, except everyone very quickly figures it out. It's very funny. Anyways, I think it's amusing. But I was excuse me. I was watching a video, or a video came across my feed, and it was of this woman saying all this stuff about how she was doing it in a very mocking tone and everything, and how all these people, they're like, oh, you have to use this and this in order to make bread. It's then she's like, you do realize that people were making bread in caves, right? Bread will work. All you have to do is just give it time. Like, make it however you want to. All you need is flour, yeast, and a little bit of sugar and some water. I don't think I let my yeast grow enough, so it was a very interesting thing. But it did work. I wasn't sure it was going to work, but food science is very fascinating. But the thing I love about food, about food sciences, is that it honestly, you know what, I'm going to go and make this a little bit different. Is that honestly, it doesn't really matter what order you go and put the food in. I mean, yeah, there is an order to it, and there's a special way you can do it, but 9 times out of 10, if you just throw everything together in a semi-order, it will still work. That is what kind of baker I am. I bake food. I am more of a baker than I am a cook. But when I was a kid, and I still do this today, I would go and just go down the list of instructions and just plop everything in together, ignoring the fact that they are actually in separate spots that you're supposed to go and do separate things with in order for that. Because you know what I did? Exactly. You know what I did for the bread? Because I had no idea what I was doing. I had no idea what I was going to do. As I was using the active dry yeast, and this is really the first time that I've done this. So I put the yeast in the water, let it go and do its thing for what, 10 minutes? And then I just put it into the flour with the butter and then left it alone for a little bit and wasn't really doing much. So I was like, okay, let's go and add the salt and sugar. I remember reading or seeing something on somebody's food blog about the sugar being super important to the yeast. And ta-da! Everything worked out! And it still was very tasty. And the only reason why the only reason why the bread is as dense as it is isn't because I added the yeast later, it's because, or added the sugar later, it's because I overworked the dough. I know that much. I know that much about it. So let's be real here. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter unless something is going to literally be like dangerous if you don't add it in the right way, or if it's going to like not work. Like there are certain things that you actually have to do in a correct way, but for the most part, it really doesn't matter. So if you have no idea what you're doing, just go down the list and put everything together. That is the best way. The most idiot-proof way you can make something is just go down the list of ingredients and add it all together. That is my tip for baking. Just add it all together in one go. Don't even bother around with it. I will say what makes it easier is if you have your dry ingredients separate. Whenever you go to do your or add your wet ingredients to your dry ingredients, add the wet ingredients to the dry ingredients. Okay, there's two different ways to do this. If you have a lot of wet ingredients, go and put the dry ingredients inside the wet ingredients. And if you have wet ingredients going into a lot of dry ingredients, make a little hole in the center of the dry ingredients and put all the wet stuff in there. It makes it a lot easier and it doesn't stick to the edge of the pans and whatever, and you don't have to clean up as much. That is my thing. Yes, see, there are certain things that you can F around and find out about that doesn't cause damage to the universe. So, I would, you know what? I'm gonna go off the wall here. I'm going to give her big old nose. Big old smile. I need to refine her head before I go and do that, though. I can't do things I can't do right now. But yeah. Cooking is one of those things that, or baking rather, is one of those things that I do recommend. If you want to go and explore the F around, find out principle, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Because 9 times out of 10, you're not going to do anything except make something that tastes disgusting. You're really not going to hurt anyone. You're not going to kill anyone. Like, usually you're not going to kill anyone. I will say, there was one day, so I was making my brownies one day, and this was like back in high school. My sister-in-law and my nibbling came over, and I was making brownies. And I had the brownies sitting there baking, and I gave my nibbling a little bit of the batter, right? And they made the most god-awful face. Like, the most god-awful face. Like, everyone just laughed. And, my dad was like, oh, they didn't like that, did they? I was like, that's weird. Then I tasted it. My little neurodivergent butt had switched the salt and the sugar when I had read it, and not thinking about it, I made very, very salty brownies. I had to dump out the entire batch. Luckily, I caught it before they were fully cooked. So I dumped the entire batch. I know that there was probably a way to go and save it, but I am not that proficient in baking and will probably never be that proficient in baking. That does not mean I don't go and screw around with trying to figure out different things. Alright, let's see. No, I want to give her a widow's peak. I don't understand why it's called a widow's peak. If anyone knows why it's called a widow's peak, I'd be very, very interested in finding out. No, I think I want to do sharp ears. So yeah, no, don't worry. I did have some extra ingredients that made life better. So, you know. guys. I'm gonna regret doing this, but I'm going to do it. Oh no, it's fine. I know that I'm not speaking into the void. I know you're there. I can see you watching. That sounds super creepy. Okay, so in OBS, you're able to go and, as far as YouTube goes, I don't know about Twitch, I don't know about any other streaming sites, but as far as YouTube goes, there is a there's a little panel that YouTube has that lets you go and see who's watching or how many people are watching. It's very interesting. Sometimes. I don't quite understand how it all works because sometimes, yeah, and lurkers. Yeah, you can see watchers and lurkers. So yes. I know that you're there. So I am not like concerned about this, like by any means. But yeah. Do not be the worried. I am very aware that there is a human who is here with me watching, which sounds super creepy. Oh man. Oh. So, yeah, no. If you need me to go and talk, give me like a subject or something, and I will expound upon it as much as I can. Like, if anyone has like something that they want me to go and talk about, just give me a subject and I will expand upon it as far as I can. I do not promise to have a lot of like knowledge on this thing. So if I say I can't talk about it, usually means that I've got no freaking clue. But I will try to make something up. Hi, Bug. Hi, Buggy Bug. Hi, Buggy Bug. It's a buggy bug. It's a buggy bug. Yes, it is. It's a buggy bug. Mwah. Your sister was in my lap this morning. Yes, she was. Yes. You know, they're not actual blood siblings, the Kit Kats, but they do act like siblings. So much. Hi! I need to make sure that I have my nail trimming stuff on my desk so then I can trim your guys' nails because your little hypodermic needles are starting to be very, annoying. I love your sister so very much, but her face tapping at this point is very, very dangerous. Oh, I'm sorry. You okay? Okay, so here's the thing. I love my Kit Kats very, very much. I love them so, so much. But my oldest Kit Kat, Patience, she is terribly smart. She is terribly smart. She has set up, and I think I've talked about this before, but she has set up her siblings to take the fall for when she gets into for doing bad things. She has literally set them up for in order to get them into trouble, so then she's okay. Like, if something happens, we believe that it's her sibling that does it. I and my roommate believe that it's her sibling that is doing that. And oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. There was one time. Okay, so whenever we first got her other sibling, this was when she was way, way younger. They're cousins, but it's whatever. Anyways, so, oh my gosh. You look like Bast right now. Yes, you do. You look like Bast. Oh my goodness. Yes, you do. Or Anubis. A very feline-esque Anubis. My goodness. Yes. Yes, you look so regal. No, don't lay your head on that. Sorry. Anyways, so when we got Switch's older brother, what Patience would go and do, like we would go and have meat in the sinks so then it would thaw out and everything. You know, so then whenever we came home we could just go and do whatever. But we'd have it like under things. It wouldn't just be sitting there the entire time. And you know, it's whatever. Well, we started coming home whenever we'd come home after we got our other Kit Kat. Oh my goodness, we would find the packages. Now, mind you, there was a good time where it was only Patience in the house. Only Patience in the house. So what she did is that when we first got the other Kit Kat, who does not sit on my lap and does not come up. He's a very good Kit Kat. He's a very loving Kit Kat, but he's not my Kit Kat. You will not see him on the videos. Because he loves his parent very, very much and does not leave room. Anyways, so he would, we initially got him, we'd come home and find him having pulled out the package of meat and have it dropped on the floor. And in the kitchen. But we would come home and find that happening, and it was just like, bro, come on. Man, now we have to figure out dinner. And it was so frustrating for such a long time, and we couldn't figure out why he kept doing it. Even though we would punish him. You know, it wasn't any, like, severe. It would just be like, hey, you're going into the bathroom for a certain amount of time, you know, away from the stuff. We would clean up everything. And then we'd bring him back out and tell him no. Did you just sigh? Switch sighed. Apparently he doesn't like it whenever I'm talking about other Kit Kats. Your cousin is a major part of this family, boyo. Yes, he is. Yes, he is, just like you. Anyways, so we would come home and all this. Well, one day, my roommate was home, and she was, and they were, they were playing video games or something, and they literally watched Patience, my cat, go and right. My cat literally, my roommate watched my cat go and pull the meat out of the sink, fully knowing that her auntie was just sitting there watching her do this, and then setting up her cousin for like to get into trouble. Like, seriously, this is how devious my cat is. This is how devious my cat is. And then, so once she realized that she was caught, she stopped doing that. We also made it so then they couldn't do it. And then the other thing that she would do, and she's still trying to do it with Switch, but Switch is smarter than that. What she would also do is she would go and open up the cabinets to let her cousin go in there. And then she would close the cabinet doors on her cousin. And he couldn't get out. He stopped going into them after a while. But he could never get out from the cabinets, because she would close the door on them. And she's trying to do it to her brother, too. And I'm just like, sweetheart, please stop harassing your stupid sibling. Please, I'm begging you. Like, he's a sweet cat, but God, my cat's a bully. Patience is such a bully. Like, and there was no reason for it. She absolutely adores her little brother. Not so much Switch, their youngest, but the youngest brother, but oh my god, she absolutely adores her younger brother. She absolutely adores him. Like, they cuddle up like nobody's business and is just like whatever. And but the thing is yeah. Her and Switch's relationship is far more like, okay, we're siblings, but that doesn't mean I have to like you. It's more like a, older teenager, last 2 years of high school situation versus I'm a little kid in elementary school wanting to do all the things. It's an very older sibling, like a 10-year difference between the siblings. You wanna know how I know? Because that's the exact relationship I have with my nibblings. Or with my siblings. Wrong word. Yeah, you were running around this morning like a bat out of hell. Is that why you're so sleepy? Like, he's not just sleeping like he usually does. He's like, I am exhausted type sleep. Anyways. Maybe I should save my audio. Or save my audio different. I don't know. Sorry, I have lots of things running around in my brain right now. My brain's like trying to dig around for things to go and talk about, so, yeah. Because right now, this drawing is driving me crazy. No, it's really not. It's just... I've just got a lot of things going on in my brain right now. I don't want to be thinking about the things. Otherwise, I may have a panic attack. I don't want that. Definitely not on air. Not on air. Just chill and draw. No, I'm trying to distract my brain. I don't know if I've ever had a kumquat before. Oh. No. This is the only time where I can actively distract my brain without feeling bad about stuff right now, so. No. Yeah. See, if I try to distract my brain outside of this, that neurodivergent, like, guilt starts coming in, and I'm just like, I need to be doing all of this stuff. Like, right now, I don't need to be doing all of that stuff. And this is the reason why I subscribe to the whole neurodivergent theory, or the theory that came out recently. It's not an official study or anything, but the theory that that the type of neurodivergent you are actually only depends on what is it? It depends on how much brain power you have going on, or how much the task before you, or how much brain power the task before you requires. And this one, now that I've gotten like my base sketches down and I'm happy with them, this one requires amount of brain power. So, like, when I stop talking, that is usually indicative of it actually requiring more brain power. But no, I subscribe to the theory that the whole, like, amount of brain power actually, or what, like, if you listen to a lot of music or something, that task requires a lot more brain power and all that kind of stuff. Now, the reason I subscribe to that theory is because whenever I'm like in a true hyper focus, one, I will be completely quiet. Two, I don't hear like whenever I'm at like work, and I'm hyper focused on a task, or whenever I'm at work, I usually will have some music or an audiobook or something in my ears. So then, you know, it helps with that. And it also helps with regulation, and I don't start like having anything. So when I'm at work, I will have like stories in. So then I don't hear what like quiet sounds, people talking and things like that. Otherwise I'll start like overthinking, and it helps me like focus more on what I'm doing. But when something requires a lot of focus, that music actually will act as the sounds will actually act as a barrier. So then I don't hear a lot of other things. Like I'm still paying attention for certain like tonage and things like angry or scared or concerned or something like that. So if somebody straight up comes up and is like, hey, yeah, hey, run, something like that. I know that was very, very convincing. But if somebody's like sitting there doing that, I'm just like, I'm listening for things like that that are you know, important self-preservation type things. But if it's anything like more conversational or something like that, I'm not paying attention, because at that point I am so hyper focused I don't actually hear the music. And the only time that I will notice that something's wrong is when the music stops. Like, it's one of the things I really hate about Spotify is that even though I'm not actively paying attention, my subconscious is paying attention. And it, as soon as something changes, it absolutely screws up my concentration. Probably one of the biggest things that, because I do listen to Spotify, probably like one of the biggest pet peeves I was working for this sign company for a while, and I was applying vinyls to these like 18-foot signs, 16 to 18-foot signs, and I'm applying a vinyl to it, and I need like absolute focus, because some vinyl you cannot screw around with. And I was sitting there doing that, and all of a sudden my Reddit stories would change to true horror stories, and they did it in such a way that it sounded like it was a commercial, but it wasn't. And it would jar my flow so badly that I would have, like, I wouldn't get overly upset, but I would have to stop what I was doing and go to change it back. And it wasn't even that I ran out of Reddit stories. That's the thing, is that I wouldn't run out of these Reddit stories. It would just change in the middle of them. I'm like, guys, I still have like 200 of these to listen to. I'm not done with this one. Do not change this. You know what? It still did it. Oh my god, was that like super annoying. It was super annoying. Because this is, see, one of the things about hyper focus, especially with a task like that, you know, you get into this like zen spot and things just start popping up in your mind, and like your conscious mind. Like you could, and another thing I like to, and okay, so here's something that I will go and describe being neurodivergent is my kind of neurodivergent, which I think is a AU ADHD. Because when I was first diagnosed, that's what it was. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, you know, I mean, yeah. Yeah, it is depending on the task and depending on what the distraction is. Yes. Absolutely. 100% cannot agree more. But with the vinyl application, it was a little bit better because I did have breaks where I could go and stop and do stuff and then go back. And one of those things was that and I could go back to doing what I was, and with the podcast it was just like a quick fix. It did take a little bit of time and that was frustrating, but as soon as I did that, that was super easy. But one of the things with being neurodivergent, you know, the whole like thing where everyone's talking like, oh yeah, no, there's like constantly things going off in your head. I have two different modes of that. I have the active tasks. I have the open browser tasks, and then or open window or whatever on the window task, and then I have background tasks. Right now, I have both running in my brain. So being neurodivergent, you always have background tasks running, and you don't realize that you have them running until they complete their program. And when it clicks, when the program resolves, it feels so nice. I'm not even joking. It feels like a weight has been lifted. It feels like all this and that, and it's so relaxing. And this is gonna sound really gross, but it's like taking a really good dump. You know, like one of those big ones. I know it sounds so bad, but it really is. It really is very much like that. And that's one of those things. I know it sounds so ridiculous. It sounds so ridiculous saying that. But, and especially in that context, because I don't have, like, it feels like this full release of everything. And you're just like, oh, this feels so nice. And you're relaxed and all that pent up energy is just gone. And you didn't even realize that you had it until it's gone. Are you sitting there laughing? I feel like right now you're sitting here laughing. I wouldn't be surprised if you are. But when one of those background tasks, one of those hidden background tasks completes, it definitely feels really nice. But you don't realize that it's going on until it clicks, and then you're like, oh yeah, here's this thing. And the inverse is true too. Right. But the inverse of it is true too. Where you don't realize that you have this background task, and it builds and it builds and it builds, and then it starts seeping into your conscious, into your window browsers, and you start seeing the result of it in everything else. And it just builds and builds and builds. And that's when it starts coming into your hyper focus. That's when it starts coming into your hyper focus, and you're just like, oh my God, what is this? And how do I stop it? At which point you're just gonna have to let it go. You know, like the other terrible other part of that. You know, the one where you have no choice but to let it ride. Right now, I'm in one of those let it ride situations. I'm just like, I can't, like, there are things you can do to help it go faster, but it's still one of those let it ride. You cannot move from this situation until you let it go. And just, yes. You're welcome for those visuals, by the way. I mean, if you want to compare neurodivergence to, especially like the ADHD form of it, to other bodily, like physical bodily functions, probably one of the best ones that I've heard. And this is from, and obviously I can't like speak to it myself, but there was a doctor. I don't know if you've seen this. I feel like you might have. If anyone here subscribes to ADHD or AU ADHD or anything that's neurodivergent, You should have seen this because I've seen this guy for literal years now. But and it looks like it's an old lecture. But I'm gonna go and work on the background because I'm not making it with this right now. Yeah, I gotta make him bigger. Anyways, but the thing that I've heard that seems like it's a really good comparison is that being neurodivergent is just like having ED for dudes. And you want to be able to perform said task, but nothing can happen. Nothing happens. And that is probably the absolute best description of neurodivergence that I've ever heard, especially for ADHD. And that's what the doc's comparing it to, you know. Like, you want to be able to perform the task, but you physically are unable to. Not because you don't want to, not because you're not motivated, not because of any of this. You just physically cannot. And that very, very much is the best description I can. If you want to know, that's the one that you need to look for. Oh my goodness. If any prospective employers are looking at these videos, I'm way more professional in person. No, it's if any prospective employers ever watch these videos, I'm gonna. Here's the warning. The warning is that this is semi-professional and professional is very different. Well, not that much different. You won't hear me talking about ED or anything like that until we're bestie friends and no customers are in view. Like, that's definitely not something to go and talk about in front of customers. Although I have heard that guy customers are very, very different than female customers. Like, that situation is very, very different. And I think that that's kind of adorable. And I really, really wish that more female interactions were a lot more like guy interactions in which we just discuss dumb things. Like what to name the tarantula or who has the bet on the cockroach fight. Like, it's so dumb, but it's freaking hilarious and you cannot tell me otherwise. Like, legit, you cannot tell me otherwise. I did this wrong, but that's why I'm doing it like this, kind of. There we go. Hey, look, that looks like that kind of actually belongs. Wait. I should have done this a little bit differently. Oh, freaking well. Actually, you know what? There we go. I don't know if that's right or not, but that's what I'm going to call it. I'm going to call that right. Ah. Anyways, anyone who's watching this, you are welcome for all the visuals. Oh, I did this wrong. I did this super wrong. Okay. I can fix it.
Clever Kaiju is an artist artist-led organization that brings visual artists together to learn, develop, create, and bring their work to the world. We host a live art show called The Pin Click and virtual labs with professional instructors. Check out our webcomics, online store, event schedule, and Discord community at cleverkaiju.com. That's Kaiju, cleverkaiju.com.
Boo. Did I startle you? I'm joking. I'm a teasing. I wonder, real quick. I want to check something real quick. Show me the picture. Oh my god. Ha. Fair enough. Hokey dokey smoky. God, that was overly aggressive. I don't know. Does stuff like that actually come over my mic? Because I don't know if that kind of stuff does or does not. It's such a weird little thing. I don't know. Okay, so I am in person. I am a super loud and unintentionally obnoxious person. It's honestly, it's unintentional. It's just really, 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 really hard for me to oh, there we go. That looks better. That looks better. That looks so much better. Yes, yes. My Fuzzy Wuzzy has very, very long claws. Which is why I mean, I get, so if I'm excited about something, I get hyper. It doesn't matter if I'm around people I know or don't know. If it's something that I am interested in, there is no mask. There is no mask. This is why I was able to be diagnosed earlier than most women, is because I had the I had a lot of the male a lot of my things. Oh, nice! I'm glad that the Minecraft movie was amazing. I will have to watch that at some point. I will not be able to watch it in theaters. I have as much as I want to go and see that movie because Jack Black is amazing, and it has he's hot. That's all I care about, is that he's hot. He's a good actor, and he's a very wholesome person, but he's also mixed race. He is like the perfect mixed race guy. I mean, he doesn't necessarily have to be buff, but he's actually, I do need to double check something before I go and like full on say that he's like perfect mixed race. I have done that. I have done that repeatedly to people. God, what is his name? He plays Aquaman. That's and he's been in a lot of different movies. He's also Khal Drogo, and I need to see oh. Hey, did you know that if you hit Shift Enter, it opens up a new tab, or new window rather? I didn't know that. Jason Momoa. I want to check something real quick on Jason Momoa before I go and start being like, yeah, he's totally like all this stuff. I know I've said it. He's very, very hot. Don't get me wrong. He's a very, very hot man. Okay. Yeah, he played Conan. Dude, I want a closer look at his eyeballs because I think that they're blue, but I could be wrong. Yeah, freaking Jason Momoa is an absolute amazing actor. I do feel bad about some of his parts that he's been in. Right, I forgot he was in Dune. My God. I would like to see a closer look of his eyes. I think they're blue, but I'm not sure. Nice. Nice. Well, if it or when it comes out, you want to go into a do you want to go and yeah, I know he's called Drogo. I have watched that entire. Really? Really? Yeah, I think he does have blue eyes. You know what? Let me go and check. Jason Momoa have blue. Oh, green eyes. That's perfectly. That's even better. He's like the perfect he's like the perfect like mixed child. Like seriously. I knew that I thought he didn't have the typical like brown eyes. I have seen the third one. Oh my God. Dude. Okay. Anyone who has not seen the third Sonic movie, I don't know if I would say it's a spoiler or what, but here's the thing is that in the first Sonic movie, Sonic says, "Oh, I love Keanu." Like, he's a huge fan of Keanu Reeves, right? The thing is that Shadow is voiced by Keanu. Okay? Okay? At some point, at any point in that damn movie, they could have said, "Hey, they could have had Sonic go and be like, "Hey, you sound a lot like Keanu." Like, at any point in that movie, they could have done that. Like, seriously. Seriously, it would have been so on point. And like it would have been so perfect for them to do that. But they didn't. And I'm so upset about that. And it's so dumb to be upset about that. I will also say that after having watched the Sonic movie, the third Sonic movie, I'm not as big of a fan of Sonic's character design. Reason being, I do have a reason for this, and it's not just because whatever. It's because I absolutely freaking love Shadow. Like Shadow, I am a huge fan of Shadow. Like, he is my favorite. I am all for the broody dudes. And I would never be okay, so I have the original monstrosity. I'm not talking. Okay, maybe I accidentally said that I have a problem with Sonic's character design. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about I misspoke. I meant Shadow's character design, because it's not what you're thinking. It's because he can't express proper emotions, like his actual like facial expression. He cannot express proper facial. He cannot do proper facial expressions because of the way that his red and black are against each other. And because they did that in the movie, but you can't see, because the red is so intense, you cannot see the actual like sadness. I have seen all of that. Yes. Yes. Do not get me wrong. I am very excited for the next movie. And they better freaking do another movie. If Transformers has as many movies as there are, Sonic had better get as many or more, because they did an amazing job with it. And oh my God. I'm not going to spoil any spoilers of that last part because, oh my god, I did like a full-on squeal. Like a full-on squeal. Okay, so I'm not, okay, so that like little person that they introduced, I'm not their biggest fan. I'm sorry, I'm not. Somebody else might be, but I'm not. I'm not a big fan of them. Okay, they're whiny, they're annoying, like seriously. And it's so dumb. I mean, okay, yeah, the designs were really cool, don't get me wrong. Like, the refinement in the designs and bringing them into this reality is absolutely amazing. And I really wish that they had brought on more of the Akenda part of, oh, yeah. You know, I don't know enough about that storyline to make any comments on that. I don't know enough about that. And I think that they were planning on bringing that in Sonic X, but I think something happened because there was one point in Sonic X in season 2, right? Oh yeah, no, definitely. Well, I think that that's what the mech designs were originally based on, was the early games. And that's like, I will say that they have done a fantastic job, like referencing the games throughout the entire series, like 100%. Like Green Hills, I mean, come on, if you are at all a Sonic fan, you should know all about Green Hills, and it's freaking hilarious, okay? That's like, oh my god. Oh my god, yeah. So, but yeah, Shadow can't express proper emotions. He has to express it. Oh my god. Bad fan art. Okay, you know what? If you're a beginning artist, go and do as much bad and terrible fan art as you can. Like, do it. Do it. But do it in your own way. Like, get as close as you want to the absolute, like, the original art as you can, but make it, or keep, okay, I'm screwing this up. This isn't how I want to say this. Okay. So go do as much fan art as you want. Like, full on, go do the fan art. But here's the thing, is that when you do the fan art, keep the elements that you know are like 100% the characters, and then like make it your own. Like, Sonic is blue, he's a hedgehog, he has pointy ears, he has a big nose, and has like tan and pretty much a single eye. He, you know, and gloves and red shoes. Like, there's that. Then go hog wild with it. Go hog wild with it. Do it as cartoony or as realistic as you want. I have seen really good realistic Sonic fan art, okay? But go and do the fan art. Go and do as much of the fan art as you can or as you want, okay? Go do it. And go forth, figure it out, just go do it. And don't let anyone tell you to that it's terrible, that's all that kind of stuff. No. What you do in addition to the fan art, that's the important part. If you're only doing fan art, guys, come on. Now, the reason why I'm saying go do the fan art in addition and all that stuff is that fan art inspires you and inspires you to get better, and you have something to measure yourself against as you get better. The other side of that is that you have to make it your own, otherwise you're just stealing somebody else's work. You know, essentially fan art is just master studies. It's just disguised master studies. That's all it is. That's all fan art is just disguised master studies. Okay? And so long as you attribute it as fan art or master studies, it's fine. It's not a big deal. The only problem is when you say that, oh, hey, this is original work. No. It kind of is, but it's not, because it is very much not your own character, and it's very much not your own creation. It is fan art. It is a master study. That's all that master studies are, is that it's fan art. Okay? That whole draw this in your own style thing, that is a master study. That is all you're doing is master studies. Go forth, do the master studies, do fan art, then make it your own. Because that's what it is that you're learning how to do it. So, sorry, off my soapbox. I used to do fan art. I used to try and do fan art. And I got so much, like, I got so much hate for it. Like, legit. And it's so dumb. It's so dumb. Oh my god, baby, I love you, but holy Snickers. But if you love something, just go and do the fan art. Go do fan art, do the master studies, because that's what it is. It's just master studies. If anyone tells you otherwise, they're full of shit. So sorry. But yeah, that's the thing, is that so the thing about Shadow is that he's able to express his emotions vocally, while Sonic is more his emotions are expressed visually. Going back to Sonic X, there was a singular episode that I would have loved for them to expound upon, but it was done by 4 kids. So it was never, ever going to be expounded upon. Especially now that whoever is in charge of the comic series, sorry, Bug, especially whoever's in charge of the comic series has decided that Sonic cannot be truly, like, heartbroken or anything. Like, he cannot be truly heartbroken and he cannot lose. I'm sorry, but do you know the reason why Marvel did so much better than DC? There are 2 reasons why DC and Marvel did so much better, or why they have done so, why sometimes they do better, and why Batman. Okay, so here's the difference between DC and Marvel, and DC does talk about this. They full on acknowledge it. But essentially, Marvel heroes are human. DC heroes are gods. Like, that is a thing that they have talked about and they have brought up, is that they are gods. Like, they full on admit this in one of the Justice League movies. Like, they full on admit this, and that's why people tend to relate better to Marvel heroes than they do with that. Exactly. So here's the thing that Marvel did right. Their heroes can lose because they are human. Now, what's going on with them, it's kind of weird with what's going on right now. They're in this, like, yeah, they win, but they still lose type thing. It's weird. I understand the reasoning, but it doesn't necessarily make a good... It doesn't... If you consistently do it... And this is something that I've noticed in the trend of storytelling, is that, nice! That I've noticed recently, is that the heroes can win, especially in visual storytelling. No, you're fine. No, this isn't... I'm done with my fan art soapbox. But the thing that I've noticed is that the heroes can win, but it's a bittersweet win. And it's like, okay, so you have gone through the loss, which is fine, which is fair. The whole point of the stories is, hey, you stand back up. I'm sorry, but bad guys tend to do that better than heroes. Let's face it. Bad guys do the getting back up type thing so much better than heroes do. Because the moment a hero loses, they're like, oh my god, I've lost. How have I lost? Like, it's this whole crushing thing. And it's like, yeah, it is crushing. But guess what? Your villain has done this like 1,500 times and still gets back up to try and kick your ass. And you lose once. Now, granted, it was badly, but you lose once and you're just like, oh. And, oh my god. Yeah, see, I can't say anything because I was definitely not free internet. Oh my god. Okay. So, but that's the thing, is that if you look at the psychology of heroes and villains, villains tend to be more, I mean, that's fair, pre-DeviantArt. Oh my god. God, DeviantArt used to be so good. But the thing about that is right. But yeah, that seems to be the thing, is that the heroes, people feel like heroes can't lose. And that's not right. Like, heroes, I think probably the reason why both Spider-Man and Batman are so popular, Batman, I feel like, is becoming less popular now because the stories are getting really, really dark. And there's very, very little light. It's why Harley Quinn is starting to become super popular, even though she's an anti-villain. She's not exactly a hero, but she's an anti-villain. And is because, you know, there's a... Batman is all about brooding and absolute, like, you know, the mission must continue on, like, self-sacrifice to the extreme. You know, will not love, will not do anything. Whereas Spider-Man is more, you know, he's all about love. He's like, hey, I want to have a future, even though this terrible past happened, and I do recognize that if I do this thing, there's a very, very good chance that it will repeat. But I still want to give love, because I still do love. I still love the people around me. And Batman is similar. He's like, I want to love, but I don't want to hurt those around me, and I want those around me to be able to protect themselves. And so he doesn't allow himself to love anyone who cannot protect themselves. So, that to me is the difference between them. That's the difference to me. That to me is the difference between them. And I think that's the difference between a lot of the core differences between DC and Marvel is that they are all about that. And but the losing aspect, I mean, yeah, but Catwoman also brings in that humanity. I'm sorry, but she recognizes very well what Selena definitely comes in and is like, hey, this is not healthy. You continue this and we're not gonna work out. It really sucks, but you know, she calls him on that bullshit, because it's like, you either have to love someone, or you have to love someone, or if you are with someone, you have to love them. Because if you don't, there's nothing good that's going to come out of it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they do have their own kid and everything, but still, like, oh my god. Oh my god. Really? Like, oh my god. I know, it's beating a dead horse with a stick, but I still do feel like I don't know. I mean, holy snickers. Like, she is... The thing about Selena is that she's every feminist... I feel like every feminist should... Like Laura Croft, I feel like every woman should... Feminist woman should aspire to be her. It's... Especially Selena, because she literally grew up in the slums. Like, she literally grew up in the slums. And... at least from everything that I've seen, I haven't sat there and read all the things, but she grew up in the slums. She doesn't allow wealth to corrupt her, and she's very single-minded on her mission. And she doesn't let men tell her what she can and cannot do. Now, granted, she also doesn't let the law tell her what she can and cannot do, but Laura Croft is a little bit more law-abiding. Not much, but a little bit. She's willing to abide by the ancient laws, which, fair, she's an archaeologist of sorts. But oh my goodness, like they are the women that people should aspire to, because, you know, they don't let the trappings of wealth, they don't let men tell them what to go and do. And it's not because they don't know, like Diana. Diana actually had to learn the rules of the modern world. Like, she has to learn the rules of what everyone goes through. Like seriously, she has to learn them. Which, you know, is interesting, but she also, I will say, she also doesn't allow that to stop her. But at the same time, it's very... I don't know. Anyways, it's... But yes. Okay, so going back to the shadow thing, is that, it's a good study on how to think about your character designs, because honestly, did the people back in the 80s and 90s believe that their characters were going to end up in movies or anything? No, absolutely not. Did they think that they were going to end up in comics? Maybe. But in movies, no way. But it's a good way to start looking at things, or to look at characters and be like, okay, if this ever gets to be to the point where it needs to be in a movie, you know, can this character fully express emotions? And if they can't, you know, without, you know, doing a lot of rigmarole stuff, then maybe go back to the drawing board. Because yes, Shadow can express emotions, but when he lost Maria, like, they don't show it in the animated series, they don't show it in, or they don't show it in Sonic X, and they don't show it super well in the movies, but he was freaking heartbroken. Like, when he lost Maria, he lost a part of himself. Like, yeah, you see his anger and everything, and I think that's one reason why they brought Robotnik into why they brought Gerald Robotnik into the movie is because Shadow couldn't properly show the expression of being true, of having truly lost Maria. They needed a human counterpart to that. And because Shadow freaking absolutely adored the very ground that she walked on. And Sonic's when oh crap, what is his name? Sonic's dad, I can't think of his name. But when he gets injured, you know, when he gets badly hurt, that you can see the regret in Shadow's eyes. Like, oh shit, I screwed up. But the Donut Lord, yeah, Donut Lord. When Donut Lord gets hurt, like, you can see the absolute, like, oh crap, panic in Shadow's eyes, where he regrets it for a fraction of a second, or at least he shows it for a fraction of a second, and then he shuts down because he's like, well, I'm just gonna have to deal with the repercussions of this. And it's just like, but you don't see like that inner turmoil of, okay, I really messed this up for him, and he now knows what I feel. Like, he talks about it, but you don't see it. Like, you don't see that expression. Like, I don't... It's a freaking animated cartoon. Okay? Do you know, like, the best things about Jim Carrey is the fact that he's freaking cartoonish. He's a live human who is also a cartoon. He's a living cartoon, okay? That's the thing about him. That's what makes him that's one of his greatest, like, acting abilities. So, you know what? You can absolutely, like, push the boundaries with their abilities to make expressions, okay? And I don't know what their limitations were with that, but holy shit, give Shadow some freaking expressions. Like, the moment that he actually, like, felt that loss. Like, I feel like Keanu's a very reserved person that I've seen him in. Now, granted, I haven't seen him in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventures. Haven't seen any of that. I have not seen him in a lot of the comedic stuff that he has done. I've not seen him in a lot of that. He's got a very dry sense of humor, and I freaking love it. But the thing is that Keanu has, like, for me, has always been a very reserved type of dude. And I understand that that's a perfect, like, thing against Sonic, but they're still human. in a sense, you know, they still have emotions to express. Freaking let them go and express those emotions. And it's a freaking cartoon hedgehog. Give them emotions. Like, you see it in, like, you can see it kind of in Sonic more so, but you don't really see it in Tails. You don't really see it in Knuckles. You don't really see it in Shadow. Like, the one who has the most, like, facial rigging is Sonic. And even then, it's very limited. Don't get me wrong, I love the movies. They're very great. They're very, very good. They definitely pay the proper homage to the games and the comics and all that, as far as I have seen and read. But, come on, guys. Give them some more. Like, don't be reserved about it. Like, people, when they have a devastating loss, I think there's a particular scene in the first Gladiator movie. I have not seen the second one. In the first Gladiator movie, where Russell Crowe, he's also a very reserved actor. But there is a movie or there is a scene in there is a scene in in The Gladiator where he's crying. It's one of the most renowned scenes in the entire movie. And even though he's a very reserved person, a very reserved actor, that's what makes that scene even more powerful, is how much that expression is there. Like, you see his world breaking apart. You just see it. Like, it wasn't anything else. It was literally seeing his wife and child being crucified, I think is what happened to them. But you see that. And like I said, he's another very reserved actor. Like, I haven't seen him in a lot of movies where he does these broad expressions and everything. Like Gerard Butler, on the other hand, he played Phantom of the Opera, and if that ain't the most dramatic bitch in the world, I don't know. I don't know. I was recently reminded of this by watching somebody else's vid. It's like, oh yeah. Yeah, that's right. He can sing. He is a very good actor. So, you know, it's definitely one of those things that I really wish, I think that if they had expanded more on expanded more on their ability to express their emotions, I think it would have been better. God, I hope that makes sense. Like, I freaking love Knuckles and the fact that he takes everything super seriously. Like, that was, like, super literally, like, that is Knuckles' like thing. He does not pick up on subtleties at all. Knuckles has never picked up on subtleties. Like, he's very much fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me type person. Like, he tries to learn his lesson. He has a good heart. And he does kind of learn his lesson a little bit with Robotnik, with Eggman. All right, there's a reason why Eggman and Robotnik. Of course, Lizardi knows all about what I'm talking about here, but yeah. But yeah, there is this one scene in the movie that I wanted so much more emotion from Shadow than what we got. And I was just like, dude, this is... You gave him more emotion when he had regret than you did. Yeah, you probably even know, like, what scenes I'm talking about exactly. Like, they gave him more emotion when he found out that he screwed up than they did when the only person he loved died. Like, I hope so. But I really, really hope so. God, I hope so much. I know I keep saying that. But oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Although, I will definitely say that. I will definitely say that there has been improvement as the movies go along. But it primarily seems more like the improvement has only been on Sonic. Yes, I know the movies are about him, but it seems like there's primarily only been improvement on Sonic. And it's like, guys, you have main characters coming out the wazoo, and you're just like, these aren't even side main characters. It's like each and every one of them are a main character in and of themselves. Like, that's the thing that's so great about Sonic, is that he's not just like his own little thing on his own like Mario. Like, everything revolves around Mario and Princess Peach. And Bowser. But those two are the main characters of the Mario series. Like, that is Like, that is one of those things, and it's just like... I don't feel like that would be appropriate for that. I really, really hope so. For the rigging. I really, really do. Alright, break time, and I can actually move around now. Kaya's back. Oh, cool. Okie dokie. I'm not saying that I would do any better with it, because, you know, I can't rig it, but... No. Going back to the very thing, yeah, no, it's... Character designs. Be careful with character designs, guys. At this point, just assume that it's going to be used for any and all types of media. Which reminds me, I was reading... something, and it was in reference to the Final Fantasy series. So, back in the day, one reason why, yeah, Yoshitaka Amano, work was super popular is because, you know, it was this really interesting, like, character designs and all that, even though they were only, like, you know, 8-bit characters. So they didn't have to render a whole bunch of the actual character design, right? And I forget what the name is of the newer, I don't know if he's the newest, but the one who worked on 7, 8, and 8, 9 on up. Yoshitaka Amano now only does, from my understanding from things I've read, now he only does, oh gosh, what was it? He only does, like, the logo design and the, promotional concept work for the games. Anyways, and you can definitely see that his work is still majorly influential in the designs for the, and the designs for the characters. Anyways, so the guy who did the work for 7, 8, and 9, from what I understand, especially with 8 and 9, is that he really favored zippers. He favors zippers and buttons, like all these like intricate looping things, where else Yoshitaka, or where Amano, okay, as much as I love Japanese culture and all their things, I have never quite figured out how to actually, like, what name to call them. Call them by, do I do it by Amano or do I do it by Yoshitaka? Because I understand that calling them by calling a Japanese person by one name or the other indicates familiarity. So, and being neurodivergent, that's one of those like stickler things that I'm like, oh my god. So I will go and say the entire names, but when I don't want to, I'm like, shit. So, Suzuka's a little bit easier, and I think that it's his last name. And sometimes I don't know, like, am I using their last name or their first name? And so I'm very confused about it. Even though, like, I've kind of gotten it figured out. Like, if I'm watching anime, I have it completely figured out, because yes, but if I'm like trying to do it on my own, it's a lot harder. Anyways, so Yoshitaka, it's a lot like being in the military. Anyways, Yoshitaka, he preferred like long swing fabrics and ropes and things like that, and preferred like that kind of movement versus trying to do like buttons and things like that. And a lot of his armor work is very grandiose and very detailed and all that kind of stuff. But you don't see a lot in the way of belt buckles or things like that. And I remember reading the article, and God forbid, again, this has been years ago since I've read this, but I remember reading it and they were like, this was the worst thing ever, trying to figure out how to do all these damn buckles. And it's like, now, like, you can't see a Final Fantasy, like, if the Final Fantasy game is more contemporary, you can't see anything without seeing a shit ton of buckles and things like that. 13 was this nice like balance between the two, because you had the traditional, like, okay, so I know that 15 was like this super popular, or like this anniversary edition of the game. Don't get me wrong, it's a very nice game. It's very nice. I enjoyed it, playing it very much. It had all the elements I actually like about a Final Fantasy game, with the exception of one thing. It did not have the turn-based system. Forgive me, I'm old school, I like the turn-based. But the characters were, but in 13, the characters were a blend of the two styles. Because you had some characters that were very much inspired by Yoshitaka's earlier Final Fantasy designs, and then you had other characters who were very much inspired by the current artist's design, or the 713, 7 on up design. So it was a very nice blend between the two, and I think that they showed that better than 15 as far as character designs go. Honestly, my only criticism for 13, is the fact that 90% of the game is a dungeon crawler. I know I sound like a broken record at this point, but I do not lead an interesting life. I'm sorry, I don't. My life has so far revolved around making art and surviving. That has been my life so far. So, I don't have very many interesting stories. I have lots of opinions, but I don't have that many interesting stories. But anyways, but as far as character designs go, that's my feeling on that. That is not to say that 15 did not have nods to the original Final Fantasy games. The Regalia was a very good nod to that. But I feel like 15 was... 15 also had like... There was... I feel like there was a subtle message in it being like, hey, all the stuff that we used to do in Final Fantasy is not going to continue going forward, which I feel was more of the message in that one, versus, oh yeah, we're super proud of our past. I really, even though I'm bashing on it, I really did enjoy the game. I really do enjoy the game. If I was able to continue to play it, I would probably still be playing it as a relaxing game, because it is 100% relaxing and I deeply enjoy it, and I would much rather play it on PlayStation than anything else. So forget it. Oh, by the way, did anyone hear about the new Xbox that's coming out? Oh my god. The new Xbox is not an Xbox. It's not a console. It is literally just a gaming PC. They like full on admit that. It's a gaming PC. It's like, guys, if I wanted a gaming PC, I have one. I do not need to go and spend more money for another gaming PC that is specifically to work on the TV. Guess what? I have a TV that can work with my PC. So if I wanted to go and do it, I could literally go and hook it up to my TV. I don't. I want a gaming console. PlayStation, if you ever hear this, please do not go the way of Xbox. Please, I'm begging you. I want my consoles. Otherwise, I will only be stuck with Nintendo. And I don't want to only be stuck with Nintendo. I love PlayStation. I could afford PlayStation, I would have so much PlayStation stuff. I do not like the fact that all the consoles are now going to, no, we're not going to go and do discs or game cartridges. We're going to go and do downloads. It's like, I understand the want for being like, for trying to be more eco-friendly and all that kind of stuff. But having more servers is not necessarily better, folks. I do not like the way the gaming industry is going. How's that? Or at least the console industry is going. I do like the fact that now almost anyone can go, or pretty much anyone can go make their own video game. That doesn't bother me. That's pretty cool. I will say that. I don't necessarily approve of the AI aspects, but c'est la vie. Anyways. Yeah, I don't know. It was just, Who wants to buy a console that is literally, you know what? Never mind. That's a stupid question. Probably the same people. Never mind. Don't go there. Don't go there. So unhappy with that. I freaking love video games. I want to play Life of P. No, is it Life of P? Yeah, I think it's Life of P. Which sounds like a really, really bad name, but it's what it is Life of Pinocchio. But they just shortened it down to P, which is so bad when you say it. Anyways. I really want to go and play Life of P. It looks like a very, very good game. I would love to have more Dishonored. I would love to be able to work on Dishonored. Oh my god. If I could work on Dishonored, I would be so happy. I wouldn't care what I did. It could be a little dumb Kit Kat that I go and do like a concept artwork for, and I would be like, yes! Yes! Actually, you know what? Bro! I'm silly. There are no cats in that game. What? They have dogs. They have, okay, so they have dogs, they have rats, they have birds, they have insects. There are no cats in that game. I should go and do concept artwork for a Dishonored themed cat. It's so silly, but I should. I want. They have no cats in the game. That's awesome. Like, I freaking love Dishonored. It's an amazing game. It is one of my most relaxing games I've ever played. I guess you could call it a dungeon crawler, but I have no idea. I don't think so, because of how, like, expansive it is. Even though you're, like, literally in one section of the map. It's so expansive. It's so expansive. It's, like, the thing that it does super well is that you can go vertical. Like, the verticality changes so much. And I think that's what I don't mind about it, is that even though you're trapped in one little area, there's so much to it. It's like a literal 360 game, which is so amazing. Also, my favorite character in that one. My favorite character in that one is the Outsider. I don't know what they're going to do for the next one, but, oh, I have a thought. I'm sure that they have thoughts similar to my thoughts, but I have a thought and I would be like, oh my god, this would be amazing. It probably wouldn't be, but it would be interesting. And I haven't read all this Dishonored books. Oh yeah, no, they probably would. They probably would. Like, oh my god. They don't even have, like, witches. Okay, so in Dishonored, there are witches. And they don't have cats for the witches. Like, that's so stupid. How do you have dogs for the witches, but you don't have cats for the witches? Like, what the hell, man? Oh my god, I even know where the cats would end up being. Like, I know how they would interact with, like, the thing. Maybe they have it on the mainland, because, okay. Alright. Here's my brain going. This is the neurodivergent. This is the ADHD aspect coming out right now. Okay, so. All right, here's the thing, is that Dishonored, the entire series so far, has taken place on an island nation. Probably closer to like the Philippines than either Japan or England, because it's more spread out. It's has smaller islands. It's not like there's one giant island with a bunch of smaller islands around it. No. It's a bunch of islands that are approximately the same size. But they constantly are going to the mainland, and which is called Pandysia. Okay, it's both my ADHD and my my autism coming through, because hyper focus on the one little thing. Dude, that would be amazing. Like, I can see this little freaking cat just like sitting there. Oh my god, I can see this cat as a witch's familiar or witch's cat. I could see it. They have birds in the game. Like, come on. I mean, they have fish, they have birds, they have dogs, they have everything but fucking cats. Excuse my language. I did like the first game better because your MC did not talk. Like, the MC did not talk, and I like that aspect. In the second game, the MC talks, and it's like, guys, come on, do they really need to? Like, one of the characters, yeah, that makes sense, because one of the MCs does talk in the first game. So that makes sense that they do. But the other MC, do they have to? I understand that they want to, but don't get me wrong, the voice match was right. The voice match was absolutely right. Oh my god, now I want to go and do this concept artwork for the game. Oh my god. So have I mentioned, and I know I have, that my biggest regret as far as Dishonored goes is I did not pre-order the first game when they had the tarot deck with it. I want that tarot deck so badly. I also want the Full Metal Alchemist tarot deck. Somebody did a beautiful thing, and I know I talked about it whenever I was doing the shirt, or doing the thing, and I still do need to finish that shirt. Okay. At right list. Not you, sweetheart. I know. Mama's being like overly hyper right now, because she's like super duper inspired. Okay. No. Don't do that. Don't go down that rabbit hole. Right. Okay. Yeah, no, I don't disagree that a lot of people would be super excited about that. I absolutely 100% would agree that people would be excited about that. Then I had extra thoughts. They have freaking whales in that game. Like, oh my god. I wish I had the Dishonored concept art book. Oh my god. Is that game is so beautiful. It's so grunge, but it's so beautiful. And I have played, I don't know if I've played all the expansions, but I have played all the expansions for the first game that I'm aware of. And I have played the second game, and I have played the quote-unquote third game. It doesn't feel like it's a real third game, like it's a full game. But it's kind of like, okay, And I guess I really, so I know that I have figured out that I have played it and beaten it twice. The third game. I didn't realize I had played and beaten it until I got to the ending of it. I was like, oh, this is so easy. And then I realized, oh crap, I have played and beaten this one before. And I was just like absolutely shocked at that. You know what? Let's go ahead and do. Let's take a thing off of that. Anyways, it's a fantastic game. It literally looked at okay, so I haven't read a whole bunch up on it, but based off of the gameplay and everything, they looked at everything that Assassin's Creed did, and they're like, okay, we can make this better. And they did. They absolutely did. My favorite mission is actually in the second game. And I think it's like the second or third mission, like after, or whatever. It is my favorite. It's my favorite part of the game. It's got to be the second, like, actual mission. Yeah, it's the second mission. It's my favorite. It's my favorite aspect of the game because it's so intricate, and I know that I still haven't gotten everything in that level. Unfortunately, I don't have the console to play it anymore, which is fine. I don't need to be playing it any more than I already do. Than I already have right now. But there is a it's so intricate, and they built an entire physics engine for it to create this level, and you can tell that they put so much work into it, and I absolutely love it. Essentially, it's a murder mansion, and there's an easy way to go and do it, or there's an easy way to go and beat it. It's so amazing, and it took me forever. Whenever I first played it, when I played it the first couple of times, I didn't know about this easy way until I went and did something. I was like, oh my god. And ever since then, I've been like, yeah, man. And there's just so much to it. I know that I have not completed everything that's in this murder mansion. It's so amazeballs. Oh, I know how I want to do this. Okay. All right, here we go. We're gonna go and take some inspiration from Batman Beyond here. But yeah, no, I absolutely love it. Stop it. I can handle that. Okay. I need to make him bigger, but before I do that, I need to make that... I need to go and do a couple of things. Actually, no. Let's go... But yeah, no. It's... The Murder Mansion aspect of it is absolutely gorgeous. I do recommend Dishonored. Absolutely recommend it. Especially if you're a big fan of Assassin's Creed. You should definitely go and play that game. If you're a massive fan of Assassin's Creed. It's got magic in it. You don't have to play the magic aspect. It's really freaking hard if you do. Also, the second game is much easier to play than the first one. I will say for some reason they went and changed the controls for it. I don't know why, but they did. But they do let you, like, if you haven't played the first game, you can just go and play it. But if you have played the first game, they do let you go and be like, hey, since you've played the first game, do you want to go and use the control system from the first game? And I was like, heck yes, I do. I don't need to be changing this. But yeah, no, it's, okay. I'm just crazy. Cool. All right. Yeah, no, I really, God, now I want to go and play that game. Not only do I want to go and play Dishonored, I want to go and play I hate fighting with the witches. Fighting with the witches sucks. It really does. I enjoy the game very, very much, but fighting with the witches really sucks. Like, for as much fish as there is and rats and things like that, you'd think that there would be cats. Like, seriously. Maybe they should introduce that into the third game, or into the next game as another thing that you have to worry about. God, I want to go and be a part of that game so damn much. I love that series. Freaking love it. It is peak. I don't care who you are. It is peak. I have a few minor complaints. That's it. That's it. The reason why I say this, that the second game is so much easier than the first game, is that it's got the save plus ability, you know, where you go play it through, and then once you win, you can go back and play different, or then you can go and like get things carry over to your next playthrough. So I'm a pussy gamer. I play games because I want to enjoy them. Therefore, I play the games on the easiest setting. That being said, I have used and abused that ability to, or that save function, save plus function, and each time I go into the next save, I increase the difficulty of it. And let me tell you, it does get difficult, but it's so much easier when, it's so much easier than it was when you try to go and just do it on your own. Like, it's so much easier. Like, oh man. It's an amazing game. But yeah, if you were to go and play the hard levels, like if you start out playing the hard levels and then go down, the rest of the game would be stupid easy. But when you have that save plus file, it's a lot easier because you literally go from, okay, I've done this. All right, let's go and up the ante. Woot! Yeah, no, I do. Yeah. They don't have that in the first game, or at least, well, I don't know if they have it in the version that I have. I have two different versions. I have the first release version, and then I have the definitive version, which has the extra content. But yeah, highly recommend. It is a peak game. The music is fantastic. They even have like mini quests and rewards for being able to collect some of the music too, which is, oh my god, they recognize how freaking awesome they are. And they don't punish you for missing things.
Clever Kaiju is an artist-led organization that brings visual artists together to learn, develop, create, and bring their work to the world. We host a live art show called The Pin Click and virtual labs with professional instructors. Check out our webcomics, online store, event schedule, and Discord community at cleverkaiju.com. That's Kaiju, cleverkaiju.com.
Okie dokie, this is our last stretch. Woot! Woot, woot, woot. Also, I started doing research for the concept work for that game, or for that thing. Oh my god, is it interesting? Oh my god. Oh, okie dokie. There we go. Yeah. Yep. Ah. So there are cats in the game, they just haven't been seen. I think it's because of, if you've never played Dishonored, the games primarily focus around plagues and things like that, which honestly, in the last couple of years, one can understand why it wasn't super popular. Why it wouldn't have been super popular. At the same time, it's freaking hilarious. Anyways, especially considering like how accurate it was to the events that unfolded. Yeah. Anyways, wait, is my thing not working? Am I back on? I hope I'm on. We'll find out. Okay, yeah, it's working. It's just being silly. Okay, yeah, just my system being silly. Thank you! Anyways, but yes, it is definitely, God. Is that game absolutely fantastic. Cannot sing the praises on this high enough. It was funny. Okay, so, for those of you who don't know, even though I have things that literally say, hey, go and check this shit out on my breaks, I have, frick. I have, I lost the plot. Oh, right. I'm part of this group called Clever Kaiju. And we try to meet up monthly, once a month. Some of the ones who have been doing things for a while, we also do another thing called Pin Click, which I will be a part of this this month. In like 2 weeks. Oh no! Anyways, but this weekend we had our meetup. I did get a little bit screwed up because I thought it was the weekend before. Because for the longest time, it was literally, hey, it is the second Sunday of the month, and we all meet up. It's like, okay, cool, great, perfect. Well, this time that was not the case. They're like, yeah, we're gonna go and do the third Saturday of the month. It's like, what? All right then. So, anyways, I met up and I was talking to some of the guys that were there, and I was, well, gosh, what was it? Something brought it up. I forget what brought it up, but in the conversation, Gary, he's Gary Bedell. He's a fantastic artist. He's primarily a comic book artist. But he also works on video games and stuff. He's got some things going on now, or he is working on projects now. If you go and check out his stuff, it's super cool. His stuff is also on, what is it? Bugger. His stuff is also on if you go and watch the pin click episode for Clever Kaiju, which there should be a link in the video description. Yeah, I apologize about those. Anyways, they never change. They never change. Anyways, so he I was talking about something and he's like, you know, you should get paid for this. I was like, what? Why? He's like, because all you do is talk about these 3 people, or these 3 things, these 3 programs. You're consistently talking about them and talking them up. Like, yeah, I should go and be a paid paid person for them, with as much as I love them. Hear that? Rebel sketchbook. I forget what the 3rd one was. There was something else I was talking about. I was like, yes, this is a thing. But yeah, no, I was definitely like full on them. Like, yeah, this is a thing. Here you go. Oh, Huon. Ha! Huon, the tablet that I'm using. I was like, well, what do you want me to go and say? I will talk ad nauseum about the things I like. Thank you, autism. You're most... That is my, like, one selling point I can give. Be like, yeah. You want me to talk good about you? Give me your product and I will definitely, like, well, you don't have to give me your product. I'd rather you didn't give me your product. I'd rather be paid, but I will try out whatever product and I will definitely give my honest opinions on it. And I will, if I approve of it, I will talk about it almost every single episode I have. Like, yes. Until I get bored, at which point, you know, it's a thing. But yeah. I am doing free advertising currently for you guys. And you know what? That kind of sucks. I don't know. Maybe I should go and be like, hey guys, I approve of your stuff. You want to go and do like, I don't know how that works. I really don't know how that works. The paid sponsorship things or whatever. Be like, I will give you exactly why I like it and all that. And what it is about it. Maybe I should do a series that's called the Broke Artist. The Broke Artist series. Like, hey, you see Procreate and all this stuff, but the problem is that it's only on Apple and you have to pay like, and then you go and pay like $5, but you have to have an Apple subscription, or you have to have Apple and all this kind of stuff for it. Here's an alternative. You're like, look, I'm broke. I have to use Windows and all this other stuff, you know. I mean, you can also use the broke ass jankiness that is life. Or that is 90% of what people use. Like, don't get me wrong. If I could use Procreate, I would, because of how powerful it is. It's totally a good product to use. But there is other things that you don't have to pay a shit ton. Oh, Humble Bundle. It was Humble Bundle. I don't honestly talk a lot about Humble Bundle. Maybe I should go and reach out to them and be like, hey, look, I like your stuff. Will you sponsor me so that I can advertise it on my thing more? I'll even give you like a designated ad spot for it. I don't know. Like whenever they run a campaign that I like, be like, hey, let me know what campaigns you're running, and I'll go and be like, hey, yeah, here's this thing. Go do it. Like I have been. Yeah. So, I don't know. It's an interesting little thing. Man, I don't know how I want to do his hair. I don't know. I don't want to do his hair. I do, but I don't. Oh, I'm an idiot. It's a fantasy story. I don't have to do his hair, and here I am talking about Dishonored. What the hell, man? What the hell? What the hell is that on my screen? Ta-da! Haha! It's a hood. Aww. Are you wanting to go and give your sister cuddles? You ate something you shouldn't have, didn't you? Ah, I don't know. Don't get me wrong, I like the other stuff, I just like this stuff better. Wacom, like, it's good stuff, but I don't know. I feel like Huon is far more accessible, and you cannot get more accessible than Sketchbook. It's freaking free, and it's on every platform, except for Linux, I think. I think Linux is the only platform it's not on. It's on freaking Android. You can literally get it anywhere. So, you know, yeah. If it's on, well, no. Pretty much the rule of thumb is that if it's on Windows and Android, you can get it anywhere. Sketchbook Pro, not so much, but Sketchbook you can. The only difference really between Sketchbook and Sketchbook Pro is that Sketchbook Pro has this folders capability. I think there's a few other things that it has. For me personally, I could not live without the folders. But again, like I say, I will go in depth, like full on as to why. Like give a full video on why exactly I like them so much. It's too bad that I don't have a video of me working on one of my pieces. There's one piece that I did in Sketchbook, the book version, the free version that I did of this, and everybody who sees it is literally like, how did you do that on a cheap-ass, broke-ass software? For free. Primarily using a, stylus. Ooh, I should also go and reach out to Adonit too. Freaking love their stuff. I should reach out to all of them and be like, look, I'm a small-time, very, very small-time content creator. However, outside of that, I have talked up your shit so much that, like, I will continue to do so. Yeah, I will continue to do so. It is definitely one of those things. I should also go and I should also go and reach out to Corel and be like, look, here's this thing. May not be as big as some of the others, but here is this thing. I don't know. On how you use... Okay. Maybe that's definitely a thing. Okay, that's a thing. Yeah, I could definitely go and do that. I think they all do. It's just, I don't know how to reach out to them and be like, hey, yeah, here's this thing. Oh, Corel 100% does. That was the thing that I was looking at a couple streams back. It was their sponsorship stuff, but they're all like master level on that, and I think most of it was specifically for Corel Painter and not Corel Draw. Besides, my Corel is so like old. It's I mean, yeah, that is definitely content ideas. Be like, look, here's this thing. I will give like a full-on in-depth review of all this. and be like, yeah, man. Like, exactly how I use the stuff. Like, you've got a pretty good idea on how I use Sketchbook just based off of what has been seen here. But, like, for the most part, yeah. I don't know how much more I can go into that, but yeah. No, I appreciate that. That's definitely a thing. I will go and put that onto that. I will start doing stuff up for that, which I definitely need to do. But yeah. No, I don't think knowledge should be gatekept. I really don't. And so for anyone who was not here for last week, which is perfectly fine. You don't have to be here every week or every day or any of that. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here for whenever you want to. And if you need talking, you can literally like turn this down as quiet as you want, and that's perfectly okay. Or you can have it up as loud as you want, you know, that's perfectly okay. If you just need like a small bubble of conversation or something, by all means. But if you were not here last week, I had talked about needing ideas. This was not where I was going to go with this. But I had talked about needing ideas for content creation. And yeah, this was, God bless. God's all bless. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I should definitely go and be like, hey, look, here's this thing. Oh, man. Oh, right, gatekeeping content. The conversation last week was, I don't understand why so many people are like, oh, you know, hey, here's all this, like, how to go make content thing. And I'm looking at it, and I'm just like, or after having said that, the Google Skynet suddenly suggested to many of my other platforms that I need more content that literally said, oh, hey, go purchase this thing in order for us to go, or in order for you to learn how to do it. And it's like, guys, broke people have no money to purchase this bullshit. Like 90% of the people who are looking for this stuff are broke AF. Okay? They be broke. Which is why I'm contemplating that whole like broke artist thing. Not like starving artist. No. I not be starving. I be broke, but I not be starving. Yet. Anyways, so there is that, and I'm just, yeah. Oh, man, I am, yeah. I might have to go and do that whole, like, yeah, I'm making broke content, broke artist content creator. Be like, look, you don't have to be a content creator. I just want to go and give out information to peoples, because, you know, the more that the information is out there, the more it's going to likely get out there. And, you know, there's this correlation that has been shown. The more you teach, or whenever you teach something, the more you are to learn it. So that whole like concept, if they can't do, they teach, that's kind of BS, because in order to actually understand it, you have to be able to, like, here's this thing. All right, here it is. Here's the thing that I have noticed is that the truest statement I have ever heard is that if a scientist can break something down, can break a complex idea down, let's say quantum physics down, so that a 5-year-old can understand it, they are the master of their craft. Okay? They are a master at understanding it. Same thing with everything else. If you can break it down to its most basic parts, you're a master at it. Okay? Some people choose to teach, some people don't. And the very best artists that I have seen actually do want to do it. Now, the difference between someone like myself versus someone like them is that it takes away more time from what they're doing, from the actual work that they're doing, than it does for me. Not because, all of that, because, they have more things. It's because right now I don't have enough on my schedule necessarily to, for it to be a big deal for me to teach. So right now, stuff like that is available for me to go and do. Anyways, that is something for later, folks. I appreciate all of you hanging out with me today. I did not get nearly as much done as I wanted to, but then again, I also had a really rough start on getting this done. But we learned some things, and we'll go and figure stuff out. How's that? Okie dokie, folks. Thank you for joining me today. Be safe out there. I will see you tomorrow as of right now. Woot! Alrighty. Bye! Where's the button? There's the button.